Okay, folks, good morning. Sunday morning here, and get the painting started here. It's a little later than I wanted to get started, but got several games I'm playing online with some folks, and one of them in particular is in a tournament, and I needed to get my turn in there. It's a Field of Glory tournament, and it's kind of timed, so I don't want to run out of time doing that. So I needed to pay attention to that, and maybe he'll get another turn in today. So anyhow, oh, somebody's already here. Well, good morning or good afternoon. All right, so last time left off with we were working on this guy over here, this Kuman or whoever he is, and working our way to the point where we need to paint the design on his long shirt. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but so we got a bow. Let's go ahead and knock out his bow. That's the old buff color we've been using, which is right here. Any color will do, but I try to be consistent on some things if I can. It helps me sleep better at night. Woke up with a little bit of a headache, so hopefully we can knock that out. We've already been medicated. All right. Let's, we have any brown we can use here? Oh, look at this, I'm shedding. Not really, but. Brown, brown, brown. How's this one doing over here? No, there's nothing there. This is just a, here we go. Let's go over to this area. Pick up some of this. I don't want to put new colors out here if I don't have to. It's not a paint wasting thing. It's just a pain in the ass. So. Okay. I really wish I wouldn't get an email saying, "Hey, you're being notified that you're online on YouTube." Well, no shit. I'm online on YouTube. That's what happens when you guys use a free app, folks. You got to put up with all the nonsense of you want to give you just because you're not paying for it, but that's all right. Not much of this little bow sticking out here, just a very little bit to paint. And more of this. Yeah, so yesterday we got sidetracked talking about cruise ships. Or cruising. I love cruising. Don't know when the hell we'll go on another one again. But as a matter of fact, the strangest thing about this year is I just don't have anything to use my vacation days on. We canceled I don't get that many off, and I've been maxed out for several years, but we had to cancel the 2 days that I take for our local conventions. and the almost and the 4 days I take for Historicon. Plus, we didn't take a spring break trip. So yeah, I got a lot of days here at the end of the year that I have to find a way to use, or I don't get to take them because we don't get paid for them anymore, and we don't carry them over. So anyhow, I'll be taking some days here shortly off, and maybe we can do some painting at times you would not normally see me, because I'm not really can't really take days off just to go places. There's nowhere to go. I don't like taking a day off and then not using it for anything in particular, because I have to leave things done and then clean up the mess when I get back. So even if it's only for one day, so I don't want to do it just because. So if I do have to do that, I want to make sure it's on a day that's not very busy to minimize the amount of mess I have to clean up when I get back. Okay, just a little bit of brass there on the sword. I really need to write down the names of what these are. I mean, I know what they all are. I know pommel, hilt, all that stuff, but I don't remember them. I'm not a linguist person. I should. I talk about them enough. I should remember what the hell those things are called. Okay, so let's get some of this here. And we're going to need the lighter color melted in a little bit. We'll wait for this to dry a little bit. And it's the only thing metallic on here, right? That belt buckle, maybe. That's about it. It's supposed to cool down here one of these days, but we'll see when that is. It's supposed to be cooler tomorrow. It's supposed to be a high like 74 or something like that, that's cool for this place. Okay. And we have a scabbard for this guy. So this is a very simple figure, but he's got a lot of little details that are all in different colors. So he takes a little while to paint. I mean, there's not much detail on a horse, but this dude here, he has all kinds of accoutrements on him. So it's got a scabbard here. Let's make it a lighter color. Let's not do red. Obviously, it's not going to be super bright, but let's get us some red down here. Invasion of the bottle paints. I try to keep as many things put away as I can to keep me from being distracted. I don't like to grab one thing and knock down two others. Let's just say I'm not a fan of that. Okay, so we're just going to come in here. Paint that scabbard. Lighten this up a little bit. We're not going to go to the full red. We're going to stop somewhere short of that, because we don't want this thing to stick out like a sore thumb. Okay. All right. Putting off painting the color of the blanket that's on the horse, because I haven't decided what color that needs to be. Let's go ahead and give this guy black hair. And the other figure that I'm doing after this one, and then the light horse will be complete. I got to paint one more guy. The rider is the same figure, exactly the same pose, but the horse is different. And obviously these two guys will not be on the same stand together. They'll be split up on two different stands, so. All right, we get all the black on there. Okay, let's lighten it up a little bit, and let's just be a little different. Let's use the buff to lighten it up instead of just flat. It's just completely white. Okay, we need a belt. I'm just gonna use like a leather color for that. I already do the straps that connect to here. Or not. Okay. Well, Now it's over here. Got confused as to which pile was the black that was alive. Be done with one more figure, we'll end up replacing this. It gets to be a little distracting sometimes. All right, brighten this up. Like I said, there's lots of different steps on this dude. He seems like he's very plain, but all right. Let's go to a smaller brush. Okay. And well, we still have the buff here. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and do his what is that? I think we got nuts that are falling on the house from the trees. Stirrups. Whew. That's today's word is stirrups. That's what I'm painting here. Okay. Okay. All right. We can go ahead and do this too. Okay. Okay, so we had another guy that has the writing cloth here, and it seems to be blue background with red fringe. All right, so we don't want to replicate that. We want to do something a little bit more original. Okay, we do need to touch something up before we get too farther along, and that was I missed this. Now, I mentioned before, sometimes when you're painting these figures, you can't really tell what certain things are. And it isn't until you paint something else you realize, oh, that's part of the pants or that's part of the shirt or something like that. So couldn't tell that on there. All right, so saddlecloth. Let's start messing with the saddlecloth. Do we still have that green that's here? We do. All right. Okay. I'm thinking for the fringe, maybe we could do something like yellow or something like that. Add a little bit of something. Let's get one of those out here. It's like a slow morning here. All right, let's paint some yellow fringes on there. We'll be right back, folks. I'm gonna pour myself some more coffee here. See if we can't wake up a little bit. All right. All right. Let's grab some of this here. Get some more of this that's not so watered down. I have half in mind not to put any pattern on his coat. I'll call it an overcoat. It's supposed to be blue. Let's take a look at something. Let's do a little bit of it and see how it turns out. If not, we'll just repaint it. It's not like I don't know what color we used on him. I'm gonna have to go darker than that. This pattern that's on there is like a bunch of little C's, forwards and backwards and so forth. So Almost done. We don't want to go ape shit crazy on this. Okay, he's got a little bit of a pattern. Just something to add something to it. I think it turned out okay. Now we're going to lighten this up with white. And that way it'll make that pattern pop up a little bit more. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this so far. All right, let's go ahead and give that saber that second coat of the brighter metal here. And we're going to do the good old, good old mithril silver. And there's plenty of it in there. This is old school. Okay, that's all we got to do with that one. All right, so what do we got left? We got the straps left on the horse. Okay. Could use like a buff color. We don't want that really to be a standout thing. I try to keep the straps kind of a normal color unless it's someone who's really high and mighty or has a ton of money. I don't do the dyed straps. So we're fine doing. Well, we should be able to use that. That's right there, and we'll mix that with the black. And the black that's alive is this one, I believe. Yep. Okay. If you're just joining us, good morning or good afternoon or whatever it is for you and wherever you are. It is 7:15 in the morning here, so what do I do? Here we go. Color itself. Otherwise, you do all this work and it can't even be seen. So what's the point, right? Still waiting for the coffee to kick in. It's kicking in slow this morning. And not much audience interaction today. Yesterday I was on for a couple hours. I didn't get very many thumbs up, but I had lots of people come in and out. Today's kind of the opposite. I got 5 thumbs up. I appreciate that. But no comments. I'm almost an hour in and nobody said anything. So I guess I could just ramble on here by myself, but the girls are all asleep, so I don't want to. Kind of a slow morning. 55 minutes in and no comments. Well, you broke that. Good morning, John Peter. Good afternoon. It's beer 30 where you're at. Yeah, just struggling to stay awake, honestly. I wasn't up that late, but feeling awfully groggy. James. Good morning, James. Good afternoon to you. Basing figures, messy business. Uh-oh. Hey, and Joe's in. Well, I guess I should have complained about nobody being on earlier. All of a sudden, ta-da, everybody's here. Good morning to you all. Well, it's good morning for Joe, so It's coffee time for Joe for sure. Okay, almost done with these guys. I'll give you guys a close up since you guys are going in here. I don't know if you've been on, but I did a little bit of a pattern on here. Let's see if we can get a little better view here. I used the hell out of this thing. This is actually an insert from a game. It's in between things. And I cut one piece off because I thought what I was going to do is kind of use it to do some stippling or something like that. And that didn't really work out. This stuff's pretty dense. But this is like kind of like my little stand I used to kind of temporarily put the figures on. Let's see if we can get a. There we go. Just a little pattern on them. I didn't want to go crazy. Just like a bunch of little C's on there. And I didn't just pull that out of nowhere. I did it out of the book here. I didn't want to put a bunch of little dots in there as well because it's going to get really lost. You know, it's kind of just an impressionistic idea of just some kind of a pattern there on his coat. So that Kumon guy there. So really nice job on the face. Well, thank you. Oh, by the way, I forgot to check and see if you had eyes. No, they hid them. They hid them well. I didn't have to paint them. I don't go out of my way to paint eyes, not because I can't do it. It's just, but sometimes, they get obstinate and decide to give them eyes. So, if they give them eyes, I have to do it. Otherwise, it just looks like big brown globs. So, okay, so back to doing the strapping so we can get done with this damn horse and we can move on to the last damn horse. And, yeah. And we'll mix these guys up. I don't know who's going to go with who, but it may be one of these things like these two guys will be hanging out together. Or I do all the figures and then I'll put all that together, something like that. So, and they'll look a lot better when they're sealed. I don't know what it is, but I'm not impressed on it. And I think the other guy we were talking about, we're going to use a yellow coat for him. So we'll do that with that guy. Okay, where was I? Over here. More comments. Going to be driving down to see Deb in a bit. Wanted to check in. Okay, well, be safe on your travels there, Joe. Man, it's a long drive. That's got to be like 3 hours one way for sure. 4 hours. I hear she's doing better, so that's good. Hopefully, she isn't freaked out like I am. I had a car accident that, how many years ago was it? 12 years ago. I fell asleep on my way back. There was no alcohol involved or anything. I just fell asleep and I was just trying to get to a place where I could stop. And I think I fell asleep for a while and 30 seconds or 20 seconds or something like that and slammed into the back of a truck. And I was okay. I mean, I got dinged up or anything, but I have I have a really hard time being a passenger since then. I do not like being a passenger. Following distance really freaks me out. So don't ask me to be a passenger in your vehicle. I'm a control freak anyways, so I don't mind riding with other people and they going fast because it's not my speeding ticket. It's the interaction with other people. If you get too close to them, just drives me crazy. So yeah, those accidents affect you for a while. So okay, so we're gonna do a little strap here, and we're gonna do the reins, the same thing. Same color for the reins, but we're gonna split off the color sooner so that it just saves me from having to mix up another color. So the reins, instead of adding more of this base color, we're just going to go straight into the white department. Okay, so yeah, and about the faces, Essex really has really good faces most of the time. They really do. My big gripe with Essex is their poses. They have a whole lot of flash dance type poses that don't mix really well in an army if you're going to have lots of folks in the same with the same pose. You know, like this guy. This guy's a great guy, but you don't want 12 guys in your army in the same pose like this because it's, you know, it's a hard pose to just have everybody be sitting in the whole time they're in battle. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm trying to get at is if you have some more of a standard pose, it's more like this one. Okay, this pose is more. Oh, I can't see because of this little box here. Let's get rid of that box. I can't. See, you know, if a guy could ride a long time in this type of pose, but they're only going to be able to keep this pose up for a limited amount of time. It would be very strange to catch everybody in the army in this pose when you have a snapshot of it. I don't know. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say, but when you get a weird pose, it's okay to have one or two guys in it, but everybody in your damn army in the same weird pose is just very distracting. So, and then we're going to use the same color for the straps. I call them the straps. I don't know if that's the real name for them. Strap your horse in, folks. Nice brisk walk. Not brisk here yet. You go for a walk outside and you come in and you smell like a shrimp salad that's been in the sun for a while. But it's supposed to be a little cooler tomorrow, so hopefully we can do some filming and not use the air conditioner. So, didn't have too many people complain about that, so I guess that's a good thing. I wish we didn't have to run it, but you know, it's either that or we'll be dripping all over the figures. So, as he got two ceiling fans, man, I don't think they make a damn bit of difference. Just seems like they're not blowing in the right way. So, yeah. Guess it didn't really affect anything that I got off to a later start because nobody really was on. That's kind of what happens once I wake up and everything. It's about an hour before I can get to do this portion. Between making coffee, going to the bathroom, doing my turns for Field of Glory. That's why Monday through Friday you won't see me. there's just by the time I'm done with that, it's time to get ready for go to work. So I like that you can bend Essex figures. The guy with his sword up can be easily bent forward into more of a cavalry charge pose. Yeah, but his face will still be facing to the side. So yeah, I've bent them a little bit, but it depends on the lead alloy. Some of the Essex ones, I guess they've been around for so long, they still have the old lead alloy, which bends easy. But sometimes they don't have that. But um, might be about 10 degrees Celsius. You kind of enjoyed the background noise when you were playing next to the kitchen and someone was getting dinner. You're a sadist. I didn't. That's distractions. Well, I'm glad you did because, we don't play inside the house anymore. So the room that we play in, it probably measures 12 to 15 feet. I could be wrong. It seems that way. Maybe it's 10. Call it 10 by 20, 10 foot by 20. So, and it's not insulated. It has a flat roof, so there's no place for the heat to escape. And it's almost similar to like a building you would make if you were going to store your yard equipment outside, like a lawnmower and that kind of stuff. And it has one window unit. Mitch added a second one, or did it come with two? I don't know. But it looked like it was the previous owner had used that as a place to house someone. But there's no insulation at all. And so it's just basically plywood. Is there sheetrock on it on the inside? I think there's sheetrock on it on the inside, and a plywood exterior, or it seems like T111, or I don't think it's OSB. I think it's T111 plywood siding. Anyhow, so there's like zero insulation on the thing. So I'm looking forward to what that's going to be like in January because I love the cold. But yeah, once air gets in there, so if we know that we're going to play, Mitch will end up turning on the air to run all day to kind of keep it from heating up as much. But yeah, it's pretty freaking hot in there. So, but the last couple times it hasn't been too bad. I just don't like that whole drowning out the noise business. So, anyhow, I'm glad you enjoyed the gaming at the kitchen. Okay, right. So we're done with that. We need to do hooves and socks and such. All right, what's the sock situation here? We've got one that has three. We have one that has all four. We have one that has one. And we have one that has none. So it seems like this guy should have two. And we'll do the front two on this guy. All right, so what I do is, let's stop using this detail one because we're going to end up wearing this thing out on things it doesn't really need to be used on. So let's go back to this guy here. All right, and we're going to use the same color brown for this one, which I believe this is the SS Camo Black, which is not, it's not black at all. A very dark brown. Reminded me of home. All we ever see is people's laps. Well, I would show people, but the problem is then you can't see the figures. So until you have a cameraman that can switch between things, which I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Yeah, you're kind of stuck with that, you know. As it is, I think we're too far away from the figures, but there's not much we can do about that. Good morning, Warlord 602. Greetings. All right, so we're gonna. This is the original color that I used for the horse. Okay, so let's the white's over there. All right, so let's move some of it over here so we can use it where we need it. All right, and we're gonna use the same core color here, and let's mix some white because I want to paint the white, but I want it to have some kind of a. I want it to have some of the background color that it comes from, so that you have some kind of a fade option. Now look at this. I missed a piece of flashing. No big deal. No big deal. Might as well get it now. And I'm not worried about covering that back over with black because it usually happens in a place that doesn't get any wear and tear anyways. So it's not like you're going to need the protective value of that. We're just going to paint over about where the sock starts and ends on the horse. Okay, and we'll do the same thing with this one. Harvey Gert, good morning. Good afternoon to you. Yeah, it's about lunchtime over there. A late lunch for me. I look forward to eating lunch at about 11 o'clock. So, well, I ate breakfast at 5. So, I might change my mind. I'm going to do all 4 socks. So I try not to have a plan. We will do all 4 of these. I'm almost done with the current book that I'm reading on Audible, which is Dan Jones' Crusades, which is really good. Little excerpts of that. Of course, I'm not really doing that while I paint because I do this while I paint. But driving to and from work, that's a pretty good book. I'm almost done with that one, and I'm just kind of looking to see. I've got so many things on my wish list, and I I'm just deciding what direction to go in. I got a lot of World War One books. That reminded me because of John Peter was talking about the World War One the other day in the comments, and there's this there's a series that's, of course, there's all kinds of books. I'm just only interested in the ones that are on Audible because I don't want to sit down and read a book, but have it to me while I'm traveling to and from work, which is not that long of a drive. But there's a series of books on World War One. I want to say there's like 3 or 4 of them on the Eastern Front. So you've got the Germans, Russians thing. So I want to say it's by an author named Prit Butar or something like that. So he's highly acclaimed, supposedly. I've never read any of his stuff. The problem with with Audible books is not only is the material important, but also the person doing the reciting, the narrating, which is rarely the same person as the author. In some cases, it is the same person. In Dan Jones' book right now, it happens to be Dan Jones who's doing his own book, and he should because he's got a pretty decent narrating voice. The previous book that I had read or had read to me by Dan Jones, the one on the Plantagenets, is an excellent book, but the narrator is just, in my opinion, just god awfully boring. So I still got through the book, but man, it was trying. Let's put it that way. So I'm glad to see that he's narrating his own books. Hopefully, he can keep that going because I've enjoyed his material. But this World War One book, I'm afraid that I may be tempted to, you know how it is for us war gamers. We read something historical, and the next thing we know, we want to paint the figures. So I'm not a big on World War One gaming because of the whole trench thing. But if you go to the Eastern Front, you don't have to deal with that. So I'm sure there's some trench warfare on the Eastern Front, but not to the degree of it being static. So I think he's got one like a 1915 book, then the 1617, and then he's got one that runs like 17 through like 21. So I believe it'll run through the Russian Civil War, Polish stuff. So that might be actually kind of interesting. Unfortunately, it's going to get me to look at figures of a different period, but as long as I promise not to get involved in that sort of thing and painting them. There's that set of rules, whatever it's called, War and Iron or Blood and Iron or something like that, but it's not so much those sorts of things. So, but those three or four books were on my list. Also got some World War II stuff on there. Of course, I'm a World War II nut. I'm pretty much immune from painting any more World War II stuff. I don't think I'm going to jump right back on that wagon. I've done so much of it, and it's just overwhelming. Find my stone gray. Where is it? Here it is. Is that it? Yeah. But yeah, I always think it was. I feel like I know a lot about World War II. That's all pretty much games. So it's always neat when you end up finding something you don't know something about within that, and it's interesting how something escaped you. But there's so much World War II stuff has come out ever since all the Russian archives have opened. Because most of my World War II reading was before the pre-Yeltsin, so they didn't have access to all that stuff. So Harvey says we're in a lockdown. It's 24 minutes to whatever on whatever day. John Peters just saw an excellent 2-hour documentary on the Emden, okay, the Indian Ocean, and the Dresden in the Pacific, how these German cruisers were hunted down and sunk. Well, everybody kind of knows, not everybody, but the Emden story is very famous. The Dresden one, is that the one that was poking its nose inside all those, we'll call them fjords, but that's not what they're in Chile. That's really, really interesting. Here's a vote for the Peter Pig square bashing World War One rules. Emphasis was on the crews worked their way back to Germany, especially interested in the crew, the Emden, working their way through Arabia. Oh, the after effects. So on. I got several books on them, and I'm gonna end up getting the I'm gonna end up getting the name of the book wrong, but okay. So, and I want to say one of these is the one that I actually read on Audible, but Graf Spey's Raiders. Okay, this is given to me by my brother-in-law, and I really haven't gotten depth into because haven't done any naval gaming lately, but you got drawings, and here's on the Karlsruhe, so that's interesting. But I've got a couple of I've got a couple of books that I did on Audible, and I believe this is one of them, The Kaiser's Pirates. But I just can't get through a real book. I like a real book, okay? But when I'm reading, I can't do anything else, and I'm fighting staying awake. Not because it's boring, but it's just very relaxing. So I do like a real book, but I can't get through. I can't get through it sometimes. So I want to say this is the maybe it isn't. It's one that has a similar title to this one. But anyways, yes, I've got two books that I've read recently on Audible, and they were very good on the German Raiders. Plus, I've got yeah, I like the World War One naval stuff because it's more balanced. It's more it's more well, you don't have that damn aircraft ruining everything. You know, I mean, if you're into naval gaming, you at least like I am, I don't really care about aircraft carriers. So, have I seen Resurrection Ertugrul on Netflix? I have no idea what that is, but I'm always looking for new stuff. What is that? Is that a World War One thing? Resurrection Ertugrul. All right, let's write that down. We'll take a look at what that is. And if you're in Europe, one thing that I've found out is sometimes we get Netflix things that you guys don't, and vice versa. So let's let me get my little notepad here, and we'll write that down. We'll take a look at that later. Let's see what we got here. Resurrection about Turkoman Empire. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I'm into that stuff. Resurrection Ertugrul. It's probably a Turkish production. Ertugrul. We'll take a look at that. Hopefully, it's available in my part of the world from Netflix. Yeah, I'm always looking for stuff to watch. Somebody turned me on to this Netflix thing. That speaking of the Turkoman, the this Ottoman series that's made in Turkey. It's pretty new, within 10 years for sure. And it's called something like Beautiful Century or something like that. It has some kind of weird name or whatever. And it's like the inter harem politics of the Ottoman Turks during I want to say it was Selim's rule in the early 1500s. And I watched a couple episodes of that. It was some of it was a little soft porn, which I guess is okay. I don't mind that, but the it didn't keep my interest. That's the problem with Netflix and Hulu and all that stuff. There's so many things. And make sure I get the right color here. It's this one. There's so many things to watch that I'll give something 10 minutes, and if I'm not captivated 10 minutes in, I just move on to something else. And it's unfortunate that it happens. Like that's the same thing has happened with that whole Viking series. Um, I don't know. I'm into like season four and just kind of lost interest. But I'll give it a shot. I'll take a look at it. Turkomans, yeah, that's cool. If it's something that's Netflix related, the fact that it's not if it's not rated R or mature is helpful because it means I can work my daughter into watching it with me. Because watching a show like a mature show, I'm only going to watch it by myself and pretty much only at lunchtime on a work day. Because at other times, I'm not, I'm going to paint, and I can't have it playing while I'm painting because I end up like staring at it too much and then I don't get any painting done. So the best way to keep me painting is to do what I'm doing right now. So that doesn't mean I don't enjoy television, but most things are mature to some degree, you know. And I remember when I went over to my mom and dad's. This was several years ago, say 7 years ago or something like that. Maybe it was 6 years ago. And my dad wasn't doing really well, but I wanted to sit down and watch a movie. And then we started watching that Marco Polo thing, which I gave it like 3 episodes and ended up being basically like almost pornography. And it was like, okay, that's not really what I wanted to show him, but because my dad's really big into history and stuff. But, sometimes they go a little too far on that. I don't really want to watch those shows for the purpose of pornography. So when you end up, they kind of snuck up on you. But yeah, then the series ended up not being very captivating to me. So that's the problem. Is I'll give something a shot, and if it's captivating, then yeah, that's good. It also helps if you have somebody that you know that's watching it with you. Like for instance, Mitch and I were both watching that Versailles series that came out a couple of years ago, and there was no combat or anything, and it was pretty racy, but I thought it was pretty interesting, honestly. And yes, I did look to see who makes figures for Louis the 14th stuff. I did. Let's see what else we got to do. Oh, we got to do the muzzle on him. So let's do that. And filmed in Turkey makes Crusaders look evil. Well, everybody was evil. I don't. That stuff doesn't bother me so much because I'm smart enough that I can go and find out what the real thing is. I don't really care for the propaganda aspect of things, but I about 10 years ago, once was 10 years ago, there was a series that came out. Well, it may have come out longer than 10 years ago, but about 10 years ago is when I saw it. And it was two different series. They came out within, well, one of them was a movie. One of them was a Russian movie called 1612. And another one was the Polish series called Fire and Sword. And they basically cover the same period. So the early 1600s. And one of them's from the Polish perspective, and one of them's from the Russian perspective. And they both were like the polar opposite viewpoint and well, the Russian movies are just complete propaganda to the extreme. And yeah, 1612. I stopped watching it. It was just too thick on the propaganda. And there was just too many weird things in there. Like what? There was like a Spaniard in there, and there was just, I don't know. That eats up all the cavalry. But yeah, the Russian films are so propaganda like. But I don't mind. It's not going to skew my view of it. It's not like, well, it must be, this is the one movie I've seen on, so it must be this way. I don't fall for that crap. You know, if you haven't seen it, then the new Russian movie called 234 is an extremely like really really propaganda film, but the special effects are incredible. You should watch it just for the special effects. It's really if you watch that and you realize how all that slow motion stuff, that's how the tank combat is when I play World War II stuff. It's that detailed, where all those things get taken into effect. So you can understand why I can never get through a game of World War II skirmish combat because it's all in slow motion like that movie. But there's some great special effects in that movie for sure. The problem with those kind of movies is that when they're really skewed or very propaganda like, that may somebody sees them that's not an informed person, and they just might just base their entire opinion of something on one movie because people do that. People are ignorant like that. So I think that if you show something very skewed like that, it could be that might be the only impression somebody knows of something. And next thing you know, they think that it's all the way it's represented in that movie. So But I have trouble watching World War II stuff. It's just too know too much about that. So, but I'll check out that Turkoman thing. That series on Rome a while back was really racy. That series on Rome was superb. I mean, that was unfreaking believably good. Unfreaking believably good. Yeah, that was definitely racy. But you knew it was going to be. It was on HBO. I mean, that's probably the that's probably the best historical series of anything, I would say. That was really, really, really good. So even season two, that wasn't as good as season one, was still pretty good. I own it, and I watched it a couple times through. Of course, it's been a while. The cool thing is when it came out was when I was just getting into DBA and working on Romans, so it worked out perfectly. Let's see. I'll have to check out that Turkoman thing. Okay, we're about done with this guy. I can't see what else I might need to do to him. Let me just lighten this up maybe a little bit more. Catch some more highlights on the tail. And we should be good on that. Okay. And he'll look better once he's sealed and stuff. I don't know what it does, but there's some magic that happens with the colors. They all even out more, or something like that. All right, so now we get to do his sidekick. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now here's the 6th guy right here, just in black. So we're going to do him as well. Like I mentioned earlier, I was wanting to do one of these in with a white jacket. I don't know what the hell the term is for it. I'm not a fashionista. What the what the thing is for it. with the brown colored horse. The other guy, we're doing a black horse with yellow. So let's paint a black horse. All right. How we doing on coffee? I've woken up. I've woken up a bit now. A little bit more coffee in me and some people awake, keeping me company. All right, let's stop struggling trying to find a black here. Let's put some right here. All right, and let's make sure that every part of it has a basic coating of black, because all that's on there right now is the primer. I like the pose of this horse. He even has a tuft there of right here. We'll paint that up. We'll do a brighter color for that. And I prefer to paint, to glue everything on and then do the painting, because I don't want to paint the figures separately and then glue them on, because I'm a lot more precise with a brush than I am gluing something. I would hate to do all this work and then glue the figure on and then the glue squeezes out or what have you. So I would rather be able to fix it with a paintbrush. I can get into anything you can see. So that's my preference. I know some people prefer to paint the figure in two pieces. I'll do that if I have to. The only thing that I paint that way is the chariots. You kind of have to do that with the chariots. So, but all the other stuff, I glue all the stuff together and then paint around it. So, all right. Yeah, I don't mind movies like that where it makes one side looks evil, as long as it doesn't make the other side look like saints. Which that's the problem, you know. Well, because both the Crusaders and the other side definitely had a lot of infighting, and this guy assassinating the other guy and poisoning him, and there's some treachery of unusual size going on there. And honestly, I think it's on Netflix or Amazon, one of those two. They're doing a movie, comes out I think on December 12th on El Cid. I have a feeling that's going to suck, but from what I can tell from the previews, at least the armor and stuff doesn't seem to be out of period. So we'll see. The armor and weapons will be more realistic than the old Charlton Heston film, but I don't know that I'll like it anymore. So we will see. Okay. Still got some of this left? Sure do. All right, so instead of just using white, Let's go grab this. Is Mr. Buff still alive? Even this one will work. We'll use this to lighten up the black. So ready to change the paper on this thing. While talking about 1612, have you dipped into the Oman book on 16th century warfare yet? So no, I've read maybe a chapter. The problem is I bring it with me in my backpack with me to work and for lunch, and I always get sidetracked doing something else instead. So, yeah, I've been carrying it every day to and from, and haven't gotten any deeper. Sorry. What I have read, I really liked though. So, some people were concerned that it was very inaccurate. I'm not really interested in it from the standpoint of social discourse or that type of thing. I'm more interested from the standpoint of the battles and what order they went in. So I think it's going to be realistic for what I have it intended for. But no, I have not. I'm typical book. That's what happens, you know. I would have finished it if it would have been on Audible, but because that's what I listen to and from work is on Audible. But you know, the problem is with the books is I'm always reading stuff that for the I would consider complicated. I would consider that it's not like I'm reading a novel or something. It's involves maps and thinking about this, and they're talking about one thing, and I'm like putting it in perspective. Like, okay, if this guy's over here invading through here, then who's over there? And a lot of it's pretty involved, as you guys probably some stuff you guys read. So it's not easy reading. So and the other thing is I like to read, but it's very relaxing, and I cannot read if I'm very distracted. So I would have to wake up in the morning early and then read that, and then read while no one's awake, because if there's any sound or anything, I'm I get distracted and pulled off track. So Okay, do a little bit of final highlighting there on the black, and we can always do some highlighting later on that. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna take a little bathroom break, and then I'll come back and we'll do the yellow on his main jacket, and we can get in on that. Be right back, folks. Okay. All right. So let's get some yellow out here. And along with yellow, we're going to need to get some brown because we're going to use that as a base. We don't want to throw the, not that brown, not the army painter brown. The army painter just, sorry folks, just doesn't cover just doesn't cover like Vallejo. I don't dislike them, they just don't cover. So, especially if you're going to put it over black. Let's move this over here. And yellow, 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 yellow. Let's see what we got here. We'll use that green ochre. Did we use yellow on the other floors? Oh yeah, we did a little bit on the fringes and stuff. Yeah, we'll use this green ochre because we can always brighten this up towards the end. Right now, we're not particularly interested in that right this moment. Okay. And then let's get let's get this old guy in here. Geez, I guess I need to reach over, not reach under. Sunburst yellow, good old Citadel. Kicking it like it's 1989. We'll get some of that on here to brighten that up. This is pretty darn watery. That stuff will probably be good for another 30 years. All right, we don't need to use that fine of a detail brush. Save that for the face. All right, let's get our little initial mix here. So let's find a spot that we haven't contaminated. Let's go here. And let's take another drop of this stuff. The Vallejo airbrush thinner. Okay, now we're going to take the jacket of this guy and we're going to paint him overall in that color. And then once we're done with this guy, we'll seal all 6 of these figures. And we'll base these figures, and all the light horse will be done for this army. And start doing something. Well, I don't know what we'll do next. We might do bowmen, we might do knights. We got a lot left to do. This is a big one. That series on Turk, more like soap opera. Yeah, no doubt. Back to World War One naval battles. An interesting facet is the issue of coal-fired ships. Looking at Goeben outpacing the Royal Navy, issues with German ships at Jutland full speed is not always available. Yeah. Yeah. So World War One German ships, generally speaking, I'm not talking about cruisers or destroyers, but battle cruisers, battleships. It's a nice balance because the German ships no, they have, period, in every situation. Smaller weapons, but more armor, but slower speed. If you do, if you do stuff in the air combat, though, it seems like again the Germans have the slower speed planes, but they're not better. So it's almost like because we've done some World War One dogfight stuff, and it's like, you know, the 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 British planes really outperformed the German planes almost all the time. Other than a couple of different situations, of course, you're doing gaming. You're really not doing any of this stuff in 1916. It's usually 17 and later. So, for the most part, the British planes are better, except for small periods of time where you're talking about the albatrosses and stuff like that. But I think for the naval stuff, pretty consistently, the German ships tend to are more defensive, and the British ships are more offensive. So it's kind of an interesting little dilemma there. Not really taking that coal and stuff into effect because most games really aren't doing that really well. But I do have, speaking of the Goben, I do have in 1/6000 scale, because I used to have World War II and World War One ships, quite a few of them in 1/2400. I mean, like 500 of them I had. Most of them were World War II, but I got rid of them all, and I got a wild hair up my ass, and I did build. I did pick up the Mediterranean. No, I'm sorry, the Black Sea fleets in 1/6000 scale. So I've got Russians, and I've got Goben and Breslau, and the other Turkish ships in there to paint. But I think I've only painted Goben. But the problem with 1/6000 is I don't want to paint the water. I My World War II ships never had any water on them, any waves. I had them on stands, but the stand was just totally blue. It's a plain piece. So, so I never understood, if I don't have waves on my larger scale ships, why do the smaller scale ships have them? But yeah, I don't do naval gaming anymore because I'm super detail oriented with that. That's really what the first stuff that I started gaming was naval, and I'm definitely a rivet counter, and that's why if there's a couple all those naval books I've done on Audible recently, they would really bore other people, but I think they're fascinating because I understand all the ships, and I've got all the Conways. I've got all the Conway's books, and let's see if I can get away with doing this. Let's see if I can get away with doing this. All right, let's see. Of course, I have no idea what's being filmed because I'm behind it. Let's see if we can do this. This is my naval section here. Let's see. Okay, so we got all our Conways, and this is the first book that I got from my dad. I did a review of this on my YouTube channel. Complete Encyclopedia of Battleships Rule. And this is a great freaking book. This got me started like when I was 10 years old, really interested in the ships and stuff, and it's still available. Of course, this thing it's been loved for many years. So I got my Conways, the Janes, which are kind of propaganda-ish. But anyhow, I got a book on Jutland, Guadalcanal book. This is a great book. I'm not big in the Pacific, but this is actually one of the few books I've actually finished. So this is an excellent book, Naval History of World War I by Paul Halpern. He's a professor of an FSU, and I finished this one. This is excellent. But again, these are the kind of books where you have to have kind of like basic understanding of the subject material, or you're just going to be like, oh, this is boring. But that's an excellent book. Kaiser's Pirates, Graf Spey's Raiders, Sea Battles. These are all like scenario books for different stuff that I have. Anyhow, that's my naval section, and got the World War II stuff down there, and of course I'm not really sure what's coming up on this. Let's loosen this up. Here we go. And let's unplug this. Here we go. So here's all the Ospreys that I have. I don't have a bunch, but I've picked a lot of them up, where they've been like half off or something like that. And these are this stuff here is recent acquisitions, meaning in the last 20 years or something like that. So because before that, recent 20 years, that's funny. Before that, I wasn't into anything that wasn't World War II or World War I related. So, this is all the ancient stuff and in here as well. So I don't have a ton of books, but I have some, and there's the World War I stuff, World War II stuff, and so forth. So I don't have a bunch, but I do have some. So let's see if I can successfully put this back on here without getting disconnected. And we will. I need to do a trip around the war room type thing for me, but I don't have anything super exciting. But I have just the basic stuff that works for me. And I don't have a ton of different games. I've seen the stuff that gamers have, and it's out of control. It's just out of control. It's like, all right, why is this thing being so difficult? There we go. There we are. Now, let's see if I can get away with doing this. Thank you. And it came off the map. Hey, I do all my own stunts, folks. The trouble I get myself into. I got a swivel mount on here. I don't have exactly a quick release mount, as you can see, for the camera and so forth. Nothing really fell. Just let's get this back on here. Get this back here, and here we are. Anyhow, that is the thing here. Damage control was a big factor. Germans trained with flooding, conducting mock repairs, blindfolded crews. Try and read the reports from the captain and sailors. Yeah, old sailors. Hans Zeton, hello. Haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Okay, back to painting. So. All right, let's get this back. I don't remember where the hell I was. I don't mind those little distractions like that. That's kind of cool, but I do need to do a video of like all the stuff here in the war room here, but I still have all that World War One stuff and World War Two stuff and the Conways, and I'll never get rid of that stuff, even though I didn't haven't used it in decades. It used to be my thing, but that's back when you'd also play games for like 20 hours and they wouldn't come to a conclusion. So I just don't have time for that stuff, and it's a period that I'm very interested in. So playing something very basic just is not. I'd rather not play it at all than play something very basic like that. I saw somebody that I forget where it was, but they had posted something on that series of those games that they came out. I want to say earlier, either this year or late last year, called that Heart of Leviathan. And it's almost a out of scale, very introduction game to World War One combat. It came, I think the basic set comes with a couple of dreadnoughts, and there's expansion sets, but that stuff's not. Even though it looks pretty, and even though it's out of scale, it's just not really geared towards someone like me who's a real rivet counter. It looks pretty, but that's um, that's not my cup of tea. Especially because the ships are really out of scale. So I could see if you were doing like maybe pre-dreadnoughts, but once you start getting into the other stuff, that's just doesn't look right. So now the problem with is after playing DBA, I've found out that in DBA every turn you have meaningful decisions that you make. And if you're doing World War One, if you're doing any kind of naval combat, that's usually not the case unless ships are very close to each other, or someone spotted the other one without the other one knowing. Just in a straight up battle, each turn is not really any. You don't make any decisions that are noteworthy. So and I think that that's one thing that makes DBA better than and most things I've played in the past is you got meaningful decisions, and because you can't do everything you want, you have to kind of pick and choose, and that's definitely been part of the appeal for us in playing that. Even though I am really still, I still say I'm not a medieval and ancients player. That's you know I don't know. It's been a big appeal is playing a game that finishes. You can have a game finished and has enough detail that I can deal with it. Because if this is a World War II game or a World War One game, I couldn't handle the abstractionness of it. But ancients, medieval, yeah, it's just fine. I mean, it could have more detail, but anyhow, just working a lot. So I've been missing your streams, but luckily your big DBA videos have kept my painting company. Yeah. Yeah, and that's how the videos are going to be now. From now on, we're going to shoot one video for the whole thing. It's a hell of a lot less editing for me than making four individual videos. I don't like editing. It's a necessary evil, but that's if I'm ever going to get burned out from doing the videos, it's because of the editing. So let's not let that happen. We added a little bit of yellow to this to brighten this up. Hey Jim, how you doing? It's good to see that you're back on the internet. I think you were in a secluded area. You said there where you couldn't really get a good signal. What am I using for a paint palette? I know this is available online. I'll show you the box. I kept the box. I did a little review on the YouTube channel on what it is. Um, Let me see if I can find the box here. I picked this up at, I want to say at Huracan 2019. I could be wrong. It might have been Recon 2019. I kind of lose track of everything. Okay, and this is the Everlasting Wet Palette. Okay, and it's the painter size. There's two different sizes. There's one that's huge, which would take up a much larger area that I really want. And this is made by Red Grass Games. Okay, and it comes with, here's the contents here. It comes with, well, I can't read upside down, so I apologize. It comes with the wet palette here, two of these pads underneath, which I don't know why you need two. I've never used more than one. 50 sheets of this paper, which I guess you could use something else as well. You could probably use some other paper, but I forget now what it's called. That's happening more often. So I'm on my way to the nursing home, I guess. And there's these little palettes you could stick onto the side where you can mix paints, but they're really tiny. They're not very useful. So, and then a rubber band in case you travel with it, which is useless to me as I don't really travel with it. So it comes with a lot of stuff. It was like 50 bucks. And here's the website of them, www.redgrassgames.com. Now, I think there's other palettes that are available now. This was just the one that they happened to have at the show. They had it, like I said, either Recon or Huracan. And I was having issues fighting the one I had homemade. And I took the plunge and said, man, 50 bucks seems like a lot of money. Not anymore. I've used the living hell out of this thing, so I highly recommend this. I can keep a color on here and close it up, and it's good for like a week. So it just saves me time having to remix things. So I highly recommend it. There's other ones. I think Army Painter makes one. They just didn't have any other ones at the show, and that was one of those things that I didn't want to buy sight unseen, and it's just kind of like a whim purchase. And I'm glad I did it because it's it's saved me a lot of time, which is helpful because hell, I take long enough doing some of this stuff anyways. So okay, it's slow with lag, but at least I can watch now. Yeah, you must be over on the west side of Texas. Okay, I know you're ready to come to the shows here in Florida as soon as we have them again, but who knows when the hell that's going to happen. I have a feeling it's a long ways off, unfortunately. I don't think there'll be any shows in 2021. Yeah, we'll see. We'll go to them if they have them. My next buy. Yeah, I don't know who's. I bet if you go on Amazon or something like that, they can have it. I bought it from the vendor was a little hobby shop down like in, I want to say in Palm Bay, and I don't remember the name of the shop, but that can't be the only place that has them because it does come from France, I believe. But yeah, I highly recommend them. You could use parchment paper. That's what I was thinking of. Parchment paper you could probably use, but this is already cut to thing, and it came with 50 of them. And I think having it over a year or so, I may have used maybe 15 of these, and maybe I've had it 2 years. I don't know. I just lose track of it anymore. But I did a little review on it there, so you might want to check that out. Um, so I like it. I don't know that it's helped my painting quality any. It just made it quicker, you know, because I can mix up this color, and as long as I don't consume the paint, it'll still be alive, as I like to say, for about an hour. So I don't have to like rush and get it finished. But I like it. It's worked out well. So now you got me thinking. Let's see. They had it at Historicon the year that I went. Last year they had it, 2019, and I already had it for a year. So I must have got it in like September of 2018, something like that. I don't know. You only have to buy it once. There's just one of these things that the sooner you buy it, the more you get to use it. So go get one now. Okay, let's compare this guy to him, color wise. Yeah, I like that color. It doesn't have to be doing, bright yellow. Now, I don't think I'm going to give him any designs on him because I don't want to use the same design and, just to mix it up a little bit. I think there's enough going on with the figure that it doesn't even need designs on his jacket. What the hell is that jacket called? Is it a Kafka? That might be a hat. Let's see. Let's see what this thing's called. You can learn something from a dummy today. It would help if I remember what what figure this is. Oh, it was in the 90s, wasn't it? Here he is. 85. He wears a long white kaftan. That's what it is, with a blue pattern, blue lining and gold and blue panels on the upper arm. Well, I didn't do those little panels. Um, that was a bit much. There's enough going on with them. Kaftan. Okay. That's what it is. It's a full length coat. So, yeah. You could learn a lot from a dummy. Is this still the Hungarian mob? It is. Yes. Yep. It is. We've got 3 stands of foot, complete, 4 stands of foot completely done. These guys are complete. And then we've got, this is the 6th horseman. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other horsemen complete. So once we get this done, we'll base this. This will be 3 stands of light horse. So, but this army project will have probably, I'm guessing maybe 17 stands, something like that. There's a lot left to go. So, unfortunately, I'm not getting any painting done Monday through Friday worth to speak of. So it's a slow process, but we'll get there. We will get there. So, not regretting doing these guys next. So I talked about finishing my Russians, but we'll do them when we feel like doing them. Okay, so we've got that done. Now let's go to his face. One of my favorite things to do. And I'm not being facetious. I really do enjoy doing faces. I know some people hate faces and horses. Faces, horses, and shields. That's my 3 favorite things. And some people hate those. Okay, let's get our usual suspects out here. Are they still alive? Let's look at the Let's look for red leather. I guess, no, not enough. All right, let's get you out here. Red leather black, sunny skin tone, or white. Where's that black I pulled out here? Well, there's lots of space to work out here, so we're gonna come over here. Red leather, black's here somewhere. Sunny skin tone. How's it doing? It's dead. Right. You love painting faces. It's where the figures come to life. I totally agree. I totally agree. And I can see why people don't like them because it's hard to get to be happy with the results. I'm fortunate that I found something that works for me that I'm happy with. So, all right. So let's get our red leather here. And of course, this only works for Caucasian. So we mix that up a little bit. We gotta change that up. We gotta do different type of things. So, okay, let's get some black. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. All right. And we're going to paint everything in this color here that is fleshy. Yeah, so by rights, the next army should be a boring looking army. And by boring looking, I mean something like the Irish, something not super colorful, lots of just drab looking figures. So, in 28s, you do the face first. I don't dare paint a 28. I don't have all month to paint one figure. That's what it would turn into. If I was going to do DVA in 28s, I'd base them in a way that I can pull the figures off individually and then play a skirmish type game with the same figures. Without a doubt, I would do so that way they could do double duty. Get one of those stands where they you can pull the figures off and if they're magnetized on the trays, that kind of thing. But that's uh, that's not happening. That's not happening. I don't have enough time to paint all that. It used to be I didn't like any 28 millimeter manufacturers, but we're talking 20 years ago. Now there's plenty of them I do, but I don't have time to do that. I'd get nothing done. Coffee wearing out. You're up early. It's before 7 o'clock, but you may be a morning person like I am. Okay. Now let's go to the smaller brush, the more precise brush. Get more of the sunny skin tone in here. Yeah. It's the decision making that makes gaming interesting. Lack of decisions enabled can make them less interesting. You're a War Games Foundry fanboy. I'm normally up between 4 and 5. Yeah, I'm normally up at 5 every morning. WGF makes some outstanding figures. War Games Foundry, yeah. And Artisan and the Assault Group, um, Copplestone. Who are those guys that have those beautiful Renaissance figures? Is it Steel Fist? Oh man, the Steel Fist stuff is just gorgeous. Um, yeah, I'm not in the know on 28s as far as hey somebody makes I want an army of such and such. Who makes the figures? I'd have to look around some, but yeah, there's lots of options now. But I never did 28s as a kid. I never did Warhammer, so I never it was never my scale. So and I don't really have a problem painting things of this size. So I would be very hesitant to paint something that all of a sudden takes 4 times longer to paint each figure. So okay, it's about done. Let's do. What did we use as the hat? I like the color that other hat was. I think we just used we used brown. No, we didn't use brown. No, we'll use brown on this guy. Let's to mix it up a little bit. We don't need to use this finely detailed thing for that. 28 millimeter release to the scale for most wargaming to be fair. I've outgrown my table size. So the only thing I would refuse, I would just vehemently refuse to do 28 millimeter in is World War II. I would refuse to do that because we started doing World War II skirmish with 20 mil because you have every vehicle available, and I got so many 20 millimeter World War II figures that it would be silly for me to do them in any other scale. So you could just every vehicle was available. So yeah, RPG definitely for that scale. All the stuff that's available. I do like 28 millimeter figures because they usually show them painted well, and then I can use the ideas of how they painted them to what they would paint my 15s that same way. So War Games Foundry, for instance, have a lot of examples of Greeks and Assyrians painted to a high degree. And, if I was ever going to do those two armies, for instance, you get there to get ideas of inspiration, not necessarily paint them the same way, because that's one of those things that I like to do. I like to put my own kind of take on stuff when I paint them. But okay, be right back, folks. Okay. Man, you guys really are bored. 6 people. You guys just watching paint dry, literally. Oh man. Once you start one skill, it's hard to move to another. Hack. Ask me how I know. No, wait, don't. Yeah, I didn't do any 15s before this stuff. I'm a 20 millimeter guy, but I'm really a World War II guy, so I got lots of 28 millimeter, 20 millimeter World War II figures, tons. So red boots. Where'd the leather go? Here we go. Trying to get some more coffee going, so. Just because when somebody says, hey, these guys wore red boots, doesn't mean they were this color. I mean, it could have been, but that doesn't seem right. This is not that kind of army. Yeah, paint this guy's pants. The other guy's got blue pants. We'll do maybe gray pants on this guy. Try to avoid anything you don't need to paint, because otherwise you just have to repaint over it. So anything like the stirrups, no point in painting it. And let's give it a little bit of a highlight. Okay. Pants, what do we say? Gray? little bit more highlighting. Okay. Where to next? Bouquets. Okay. One guy had a green one. This guy's going to have a blue one. Gray blue. You go pour the hot water in the coffee. Okay, it's 9:10. About 9:20, we'll go out there and push it through and get us some coffee. First gaming in 1974 was 20 millimeter. Not just watching paint dry and putting together the camels and rides for 1170 Tuareg as we speak. This text video, whatever this is, Tuareg. Are those are using Peter Pig figures? Peter Pig makes some nice Tuareg. Kurosan just came out with some as well. I doubt they're compatible with each other. Peter Pig tends to run on the small side. I like Peter Pig figures, but sometimes it's difficult to make them work with other things, so. Tuareg. Oh. Camel indigestion. I got some of those guys from my second army I painted. My, well, now they're called Islamic Berber. They used to be called Fanatic Berber. I guess they didn't want to offend somebody, or I don't know what the reasoning behind one versus the other, but they, yeah, it was the second army I painted. Second DBA army I painted. Used to have 2 stands of camels in that army. Now they cut them down to only 1. So. Kurosan, that's the right spelling. That is the right spelling. So when they started out, they were called Kurosan miniatures. Well, this is my take on it as an observer. The first figures they came out with were for Khurasanian figures. So, which at the time nobody made. You just, if you wanted to build a Khurasanian army, you needed to use just generic Arab types. Well, that was the first army that they did. And when DBA 2.2 was still around, the 3.0 hadn't come out yet. And the reason I know that is because they made an elephant. The elephant that they made was particularly large. And in 2.2, the Khurasanians have an elephant in one of the, or two of their sublists. The Samanids is one of them for sure. And they do not, in 3.0, none of the Khurasanian armies, which there's 3 of, have elephants in them. None of the sublists have elephants in them. So Phil Barker had a change of heart or whatever. He just decided not to. He nerfed the elephants out of that one. So, yeah, that was the first army they did. Well, I got to come out for 5 minutes anyways to switch my coffee. What's up? Okay. I'll let you know in 5 minutes. Yep. That's it. The whole tribe's awake now, so we'll see how long we can keep this going. Playtime's over, folks. But yeah, that's. I don't remember where they went in other directions. I certainly did not expect them to expand how they have. So I guess business is going good for them. That's good. I do not have any of their figures. They arrived on the scene way too late. I already had purchased so many things that I didn't already need that I don't know that I'm going to have a Coruscant army. It's nothing against their figures. They just I already had too much stuff. I want to get rid of the lead that we have that I already have. It's not like I have figures that I don't like. You know, pretty figures, but not the greatest fit. A pain in the back of the lap, actually. Huh. Oh wait, you happen to know which armies have the most hordes? Aztecs have a lot of hordes. I believe they can field 6, and so can Sui Chinese, the million-man army that invaded Korea in the early 600s. I believe it's the 320B list. 320A is Sui without the hordes. C, I believe, is with the hordes, and this C list is of 320C is the early Tang. So yeah, and our folks have both of those armies because they thought they were crazy. So Mitch really likes the Million Man Army, and Luke really likes his Aztecs because he bought those relatively recently from someone that was selling them. And yeah, they can have, I believe they can have 6 fast hordes, and the solid hordes or the sway. They can have 6 of them as well. So I like hordes. I do not mind them. Those are definitely the top two. I don't know if there's an army that can have 5 of them. There's several armies I believe they can have 4, and 2 is fairly common as well. So I've got 2 in my which Chinese are they? My Song. I have 2 solid hordes in the army. I don't mind them. I don't mind them. Most of the time, it's not a unit that has to perform well, or you're screwed in the battle. Unlike Warband, almost always units that have Warband, they need to be performers, and Warband leave me flapping in the wind all the time. Mainly due to cavalry. They're damn near worthless against mounted troops. So 1066 Danish army can, yeah, that's right. Anglo-Danes can have 4 horde. Yep. All right, I'm going to check on the coffee, and the Deutscher has something to say. So I'll be right back in just a few moments. Okay. Coffee, coffee. Such a pain to make coffee. Used to buy it pre-made cold, but it's just too expensive. And it just isn't very strong enough. But I never drink warm coffee, so I gotta make it and then pour it over ice. We tried doing one of those iced coffee things one time, but too much planning. You gotta wait like overnight, and nah, I don't like doing things of heavy planning on my on my free time when I'm not at work. So some of you guys must have jobs where not necessarily you guys, but some people must have jobs where they don't do any planning. They just kind of like they're automatons all day long, so they don't mind doing any planning on their free time. But I detest it. I got too much. I have to do too much of that at work. Okay, so we've got where are we here? We need a belt for this dude. We need a bow. Let's go ahead and do the bow. That's the buff color. We're gonna get the buff color out here. I don't know that I'll get this guy done today, but we're gonna try. I really wouldn't put 3 more units together. That means I could take some more pictures. Woohoo! You gotta work on something else different. Probably gonna do nights next, but it'll be Hungarian somebody's. All right, that's this here. That's where do we have that dark brown? That dark brown hanging out here somewhere. And that's a medium one. Here we go. Okay. We'll be replacing this after this last figure. Okay, bow time. That's the normal yang and yang. All my friends with organized jobs have messy workbenches and stuff everywhere. I work in chaos, so have to have a regimented hobby setup. Yin and yang. I got a coworker whose office area is a just complete disaster, and I suspect his home is the same way. Though I don't think that there's that. My area is pretty, as far as painting areas go. My area is very well organized, and I stop frequently and re-tidy things up. But that's mainly so I don't get distracted and go, oh, shiny, and I don't get anything done. So I'd show you what my work area looks like right now, but I just end up dropping the phone again. So the mount that I have this camera on is not very conducive to being able to. Well, let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do. We can do that. We can do. The problem is this thing isn't not articulated. I can't rotate this. I can go up, I can go down, I just can't rotate. Let's see what we can do here. Hello. Yeah, see all this paint just ends up accumulating. We need to put this stuff out from time to time because it's like, oh, what am I looking at these paints at that I'm not using? So, and yeah, I've got the Hungarian armies over here, kind of stuff that I've worked on, and we got another boxes of stuff here. So, anywho. Just trying to stay on track. I don't want to do all this stuff and then have nothing to show for it. So we need to finish projects. finished project. So yeah, somebody said the other day I should do my Byzantines next. I probably should. I probably should, especially since those figures are discontinued. I'm just going to do a lot of cogitating on the shields. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of the decision I'll make, or that I'll even be able to make a decision. I just know it's going to burn up a lot of time. And I know that I'll paint them in units, so all the cavalry will all have the same shield. Each unit of the 3 cavalry figures will all have the same shield. So that's the way I envision them wanting to be. All right, more. Yeah, so what'll happen is when I'm done with this guy, I'll end up taking all these paints and put them back in the where the paints go. I'm not disciplined enough to do that right there when I put it away. It's not like I need them out here to tell what color they are. I've gotten pretty good at trying to remember what color things are that I used. So, all right. Is this still alive? Let's see. Nope. All right. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Station Inland, I used Airfix also. I didn't have any Airfix. I had MPC, which was Airfix. I still got those 1/72nd, 1/76 scale figures there that MPC had by. They were the same molds here in the States. They were in the early 80s. They were everywhere. I don't know if they made all the figures. I never saw the Russian pack. I never saw the Russian infantry. I had Germans and Africa Corps and Desert Rats, and I didn't see any regular British infantry either. There was U.S. Marines, Africa Corps, regular German infantry, Desert Rats. That's it. They may have made other ones. It's the same molds. Those are nice. They're nice looking figures. They're nice looking figures. So yeah, they came in little boxes, and on the side they would either have. I think they had a little emblem. There was either wings, anchors, or like stripes. And if you collected a certain amount of them, you'd turn them in the mail, and they would send you free stuff in their catalog. And I actually did that, which is kind of unusual for me. But I was what 10, 12 years old, something like that. And yeah, I had the Bismarck, which was the old Airfix kit. It was just rebranded for them. I had the Bismarck and Repulse, Prince Eugen. Those were all 1/600 scale. They weren't waterline. The Ark Royal, the Suffolk. Yeah, I had all those. And I want to say I mail ordered the things and got Prince Eugen in the mail. I don't remember, but anyhow, yeah, I liked their box art. Their box art was nice, but they're just rebranded Airfix stuff. So, how about the Matchbox kits? Those ones that came with multiple colored plastic. Back in the days when you're not a painter, that's pretty cool to have a something that's molded in multiple colored plastic. I had a couple of those. Ready? Okay. Thank you, honey. Breakfast is served. Anyhow, yeah, good old times of doing models. I gave up doing those because all you're gonna do is just do something and never do anything with it. I'd rather do stuff for war games. All right, let's see what we got. Yeah, some of those old Airfix. I got those Airfix figures somewhere. Oh, German mountain troops. I had the German mountain troops too. They're all blue. I think the only Americans I had were U.S. Marines. I don't know if they made a European U.S. infantry thing. I know they made a Russian one, but I never saw it. At the time we had those. What else they had? They had the Atlantic figures. They were French. I think the Atlantic figures were from France. They're god awful. Not because they were from France, it was just the shape of them. Very lanky, very rubbery. So that was, I think I had some of them. And then Eschi came out with those. Eschi had a bunch of the sets. The Eschi figures were also really weird looking. They weren't proportioned well, unlike the Airfix figures. The Airfix figures were always proportioned really well. I like the style they were done in, especially their desert rats in the Africa Corps. Really like those two. Really like those two sets. Okay. All right. I still have them somewhere. I remember this. The poses of them are really good. The British officer and the German officer are particularly good. You had the German the German Africa Corps guy is looking through the binoculars, waving his hand up in the air, and then the British officer's wearing his cap in a running pose with his Webley revolver out. Yeah, good times. They'd probably paint up really well too, but I'm just not going to paint plastic. It could, get all, it could flex and fall off kind of thing. So, always like the North African theater. Okay. Um, Bow case. I mean, whatchamacallit case? The arrow. Yeah, where the arrows go in. Is this too close to this? It is. Right? Enough of that. What about this one? That one's not too close. I know we use this one. Got to have some contrast in there. It's going to look like you don't know what the hell you're doing. So, like I mentioned yesterday, we're definitely going to have a game video for tomorrow. Can't guarantee you guys will see it tomorrow, but we're going to game tomorrow. And I don't know what the theme's going to be yet, but it should be filmed. And yeah, I don't know yet. It's really Luke's to pick, but if Luke's not going to make it, then we'll have somebody that is going to be here definitely pick what the theme is going to be. So, hey, if you're not here, you don't get to decide what stupid thing we play. So, a good party game is airfix charades, where you have to act the weird posed figures used to do. Yeah. The German Africa Corps guy surrendering, right? He's got the rifle over his head. There's no use for that figure. I mean, even the guys with landmines, the mine detectors, and the desert rats, those guys at least you could, use them for something. But yeah, the guy surrendering, we don't need that. It's a good looking figure though. There's nothing wrong with the. There's nothing wrong with them. I got them here somewhere. We'll have to. And I bet they still make them. And if I'm not mistaken, they made them in 1/32nd scale as well, in the same poses. So whoever sculpted them did a good job. They're good looking figures. There weren't that many weird guys, right? The German guy with a flamethrower. I remember being a kid, and I was thinking that those weapons were a lot more prevalent than they were. You rarely get to use flamethrowers in a game. If I remember correctly, the German infantry set didn't have a guy with an MP40 in it. They had one guy that looked like he was standing, kind of like shooting from the hip a submachine gun, but it wasn't an MP40. It was some other contraption. I'll have to find that. I'm going to write myself a note. I'll look for that today somewhere. Maybe not the figures, but online. Airfix MP40. That's funny, the stuff you remember. The stuff you haven't thought about in almost 4 decades. And then like, hey, I remember that guy. I didn't have a guy for that. They have somebody was talking about old figures like that, and the German officer that comes in that German infantry set, he's got a very Han Solo like pose. Han Solo from the first movie. So it's like, hey, he's got the jack boots and the pants and everything. Just the jacket's a little different. Same pose and everything. So good times. Other weird poses. What other weird pose was there? Um, oh, you'd have the British Desert Rat infantry. Looks like he was crawling on the ground, but he was kind of like laying on one shoulder. Okay, had him. I remember when I was a kid, I'd call the British infantry, I'd call them soup heads because their helmet looked very similar to like a bowl of soup. I'm like 10 years old. What the hell do I know? I remember that stuff that sticks with you. Stuff that sticks with you. Okay, so let's paint this. Paint this here, and then they'd have like a German reconnaissance set, right? That came with a Kubelwagen and a motorcycle. and an SDKFZ 222, if I remember correctly. Little armored car. And I believe they did the same thing for the British. It may not have come with a motorcycle, now that I think about it. It might have just been a Kubelwagen and a 222. Because the British set came with it came with a Humber armored car. It might have come by itself. Man, that's good times, man. That's and I really liked the box art too. The box art was really really cool. Whoever they got to paint that stuff up. I don't think I think that was just for MPC. I don't think it was common to Airfix. Airfix box art was different, if I remember correctly. But these were model kits you could get like at a toy store. You know, the MPC stuff was you at a toy store. You didn't go to a hobby store to get them. It was at a toy store where I would see them. So 1/72 is actually a great wargaming scale. I agree. I just don't like rubber. I just don't like plastic figures. Now, I remember one of the Napoleonic sets. See, I didn't know there was Napoleonic sets. There was a soldier crawling on all fours like a baby, and you got like six in the set. Dear old Airfix fudged their scale and their vehicles are 20 millimeter, not 1/72, which was a pain when other manufacturers made 1/72. One of my favorite kits, though, one of my favorite kits, and it was an MPC kit. I know it's an Airfix kit. Was a Stuka. I always liked the Stuka, and I built that. And I remember having it hanging from a thumbtack I used. It was hanging in my room. I always liked the way the Stuka looked. It was super cool looking. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one, but I always liked the way the Stuka looked. First model I ever built was a snap kit that was this is like I was like 10 years old, and it was a snap together kit of a P40 with the Flying Tiger's mouth, and obviously I didn't paint it. The first thing I ever painted was that 1/600 scale Bismarck model. And back then it already comes molded in gray. Well, cool. We don't have to paint the gray, right? So and I've told this story before. So my condolences if you've already heard it before. But I didn't have any paints at the time. All I had was like, I was like 11, 12 years old, something like that. You get a birthday present, you'd get one of those paint by number sets with oil paints, and I ended up painting the details on the ship with the oil paints, and it took like 2 weeks to dry. And I remember painting the whole deck in a yellow color. I think it was probably similar to this, but I painted the deck on that ship. So yeah, probably had horrible brushes too. Yeah, the MPC box art was cool. I don't know who they got to paint those, but I always liked it. Well, 20 millimeter is not a scale, but I think 20 millimeter figures work better with 1/72 scale than 1/76, which I think is what it's supposed to be. And they're both interchangeable as long as you don't have the same vehicle. You don't have like two Shermans and one of them's in 72nd and 1/76 and they're right next to each other. It'd look all right, but I like 1/72 scale definitely better because the figures tend to be, especially the pewter figures, the lead figures, they tend to be bulkier. They tend to have more heft, so they look better with the 1/72 scale vehicles. So I know that what is it, Millicast that makes all their stuff in 1/76 still. But and it had some modern U.S. troops as well, because they just come out with those Fritz helmets, so they still had they had the Fritz helmets on them. I guess they made Russians too, but I don't think I saw them. Yeah, you can only buy the things that they carried in the stores, so it's not like you can go on the internet and mail order them from somewhere else. So people now are spoiled; you can pretty much get anything. Okay, let's lighten this up a little bit more, a little bit more contrast there. Don't know where the hell I was working on. Here we go, in here. We're done with this. We can close this up. I like good old cook the orange beans. I wonder where those damn Airfix figures are. They're here somewhere. They're probably in that pile in the corner of all that stuff. We're not going to open that up. That's, so you guys want to have a what's the correct term for it? A time a time travel moment. It's not called that, but there's a place called Plastic Toy Soldier Review, I believe is the name of it. And on that site is every figure from every pack from every manufacturer made. They're almost all in 1/72nd scale listed there, and it'll say like the pack contents and show you like a sprue of what they look like, and very nostalgic. Plastic Toy Soldier Review, great site. And it'll even say on there, like, it'll list things by manufacturer. It'll say, like for the MPC stuff, it'll say, like, it'll describe it, and it'll also have like 5 different ratings and value, like pose count, number of poses, quality, flash, that kind of stuff. Rating 1 to 10. It's really interesting. I believe that's what it's called, Plastic Toy Soldier Review, and it's mainly made for 1/72nd scale. They may have other scales in there. They don't have, like, the big army men type stuff, but I was buying an M3 Honey, great tank, from a Japanese manufacturer, finding out it was bigger than an M4 Sherman. So you're talking about the Sherman that's really, really small from Airfix. Yeah, their Sherman is very, very small. You're talking about the Hasagawa Honey. Hasagawa makes one, and their stuff is 1/72nd scale. Yeah, they made a honey, and they made a Crusader, but the Crusader that they made is a three. So the Crusader for Tunisia, they didn't have the standard Crusader that was through the 41, 42 North Africa battles, which is what I would have wanted. So that was kind of a bummer. You know, it's the Crusader with the 6 pounder in it, the one that they make. Yeah, I have the Churchill made by Airfix. It's very, very small. That's a huge vehicle, and it's small. But now it's like, I don't want to build the model itself. I don't want to build all those road wheels. I'm just perfectly happy with, like, what the ones that are completely, what is it, PSC, Plastic Soldier Company or whatever, and they come with all the road wheels all like in one thing. I want to paint and game with them, so separate link track. Forget that. I'm not doing that stuff. I don't have time for that. Okay, so that is done there. We need to, man, we don't have that much stuff to do on this guy. So we've got a, let's, what if we did a white rug with red on the outside? Let's do that. Let's do a white rug with not rug, but a blanket. Let's do that. Yeah, I got these. What's this? Okay. Plastic store, plastic toy soldier review. Is that what I said it was called? Plastic Toy Soldier Review. Yeah, that's a cool site. I got this set that just, I started doing, I was doing 1/72nd scale World War II up till about 2004 when I started doing DBA. And some German company called, I want to say it's a German company, I believe it's called Caesar. They made a set of all like the German commanders from World War II, and they had two of every one. So they had like a Rommel and a Manstein and a, every, I don't know why they didn't make it for the other commanders of the other nations, but they just had the German set. So it had like 20 or so generals. So I ended up buying one of those and splitting it with my buddy. So he has them as well. The guy, buddy of mine that was doing 20 millimeter as well. And I believe it's Caesar Miniatures. And they make one set of somebody makes a dismounted Russian tank crew, and one of the guys is like carrying like a DP machine gun, and another guy's got two bottles of vodka, and that's like a have to have. I don't remember if I have them or not. I think I never ordered them, but yeah, that's definitely cool. But man, you guys are going to get my juices going. I'm going to want to paint World War II stuff, but just say no. I could paint them, but I wouldn't do anything with them. So the only way that would happen is I'd have to set up a game by myself here and play it on my own and film it. Hey, this is what happened here, and these guys showed up here, and it just takes way too long. My World War II rules just take way too long to come to a result. The anti DBA, but they build a fun narrative, man. Crazy stuff happens. Throw grenades and they land in weird places and weird things happen. That's why we play that stuff. That's why we played that stuff. I got about a platoon worth of Germans painted, well painted, because that's some of the latest stuff I did before I switched to DDA. So I'm happy with how they turned out, except the basing. I'd have to refix their basing. And I've got about a squad and a half plus support weapons of Americans. I built a scenario. I built them for a particular scenario that was in a scenario book, and that's what it called for. So kind of went and did that. So I got about a platoon of Germans. It was a scenario where the Germans were on the attack. So I've got a few British figures finished. I've got some Russians finished. So I stopped doing that stuff in about 2004 when I got into DBA, and I went and revisited it maybe a year ago, and realized there's tons of the figures that I already had that were discontinued, and the company was no longer in business. And I had just bought them when I first started switching out to doing DBA. So I had all these figures made by a company called Drew's Militia, and they had just come out with a Stalingrad range of Germans and Russians, and and they were no longer They were no longer being produced. The molds had been ruined, and they couldn't get any more, so they just discontinued them. And I luckily, when I bought them, when I was doing World War II skirmish, I'd buy. I wanted every pose to be different, so I bought like one of every pack they had. So I've got a whole set of Germans and Russians for Stalingrad, and they're beautiful figures. They're really, really pretty figures. So, ever get into World War II, that's what's going to happen. And I also have some French partisans. That'd be pretty fun to do because you wouldn't need so many figures, but it just takes too long to do terrain and all that stuff and get it up to the point where it looks like one of those wargaming magazines. I can do it. It's just very time consuming, but maybe when I've had enough of this DBA game, I might do that. But that's they'd be very small games. They'd be very small games where you're running a couple figures. Everybody's running a couple figures, and that's about it. So almost kind of a role playing game where you're role playing, more than one person, but not more than five. So you want to play other operational type games, or there's other rule sets that are for that, but it's just too much work right now. So this DBA stuff is a nice balance between, and you don't need a GM for it. Okay, you don't need, hey, leave the room while I talk to my opponent about this. You don't have any of that drama with DBA. You just get it on, and so stuff just you just knock out your battles and move on to the next one. So that's what it appealed to me. Puka doesn't translate. It means original. Okay, sounds like a Pokemon. I caught a puka. All right, well, that's done. Let's take a look at this. Where's my? Is that dark brown? Here it is. Puka. What a red. Anybody have a red blanket? They don't. Let's go with that. That's a little bit more vibrant. How's the red that I pulled out earlier today? Is it still alive here? Nope. That is a doornail. Didn't one of the German sets, it may have been the World War One set, and I think I had the World War One set as well. But didn't one of the German sets have also a guy that was like covering his face? I never could figure out what he was doing. I always thought he was making farting sounds as a kid. He was like covering his face, almost like he got burned by the flamethrower or something like that. I don't remember if that was a World War II figure or a World War One figure. I knew he was blue. I know he was blue. Molded in blue. Oh, and I had Luftwaffe paratroops too. Now that I think about it. Yeah, they made like 12 packs of Germans and like one pack of British, and it just didn't. I know Airfix made them all, but I never saw them in NPC, and the Airfix figures never made it here. So until much later, I didn't see an Airfix kit until the '90s. I didn't see one in the '80s here in the United States. Might have just been the place I was at, but I think I'm gonna do that this weekend. I think I'm gonna do this weekend. I'm gonna go through and see if I can find the box art of some of this stuff that gave me some. I don't even know what the hell I'm mixing up. I'm mixing up brown. I thought it was a good multitasker. Nope, I've just proved that I don't multitask anything well anymore. The and post some of my favorite box art. Good times. Good times. Yeah, that stuff's important because that really gives you kind of a visualization of what things would look like when you're a kid, or at least if you're going to try to paint them or whatever, maybe what to try to achieve. So, I just remembered another one. They had the set that came with a pack 36, a pack 40, and an Opel Blitz truck. I remember that. Wait, it may not. It may not. No, it didn't come with a pack 36. The pack 36 I have is from an Ashy kit. It just came with a pack 40 and an Opel Blitz, and then a crew for the pack 40. Oh, and of course there was the old 88 kit, the kit with the 88 millimeter gun that you could build it either set up or traveling mode. Man, we're digging deep in memory here. That's cool. I'll be looking that stuff up as soon as I get done with these figures. You guys got my juices going now. Water break. Well, that's pretty cool if I could finish this figure today because I didn't think that was going to happen. So that is indeed good news. All right, and let's grab us some white over here. And this should be fine. That should be fine. All right. That's too bright. For the first layer I'm going to put down, okay? Then we'll just add more white. All right, and let's do almost complete pure white, almost. Oh, and let's not wet it that much. How about that? Okay, now let's do some strappage. So we could probably use that same buff color. That works just, it's plenty light enough for this. Let's mix this up with black. And paint that. The reins as well. Yeah, I'm about ready to take a break, but I want to get this guy done. My shoulders are kind of like when you're sitting at the computer for too long. Here it is. Like, where the hell did it go? I gotta go take a pee break. Be right back. home stretch here. Home stretch. Time for lunch. Great chatting with you all. Look forward to seeing the Monday night games, Tony. It's as close to gaming as we get right now. Yeah, there will be. Hopefully, you'll be pleasantly surprised here in the next couple days. So, good luck to you. All right, home stretch here. Let's power through this. Okay. And let's have a little bit of that here. And then we're going to go back to this color we had with the black. And then we're going to add white to that. And that's what we're going to use as the reins. Okay. Oh, we got to do a beard on this guy's hair. Well, we'll make this guy black haired as well. It's good for contrast. And it's easy because we got plenty of that around here. Where's the white at? Here we go. Okay. We need mithril silver on the shiniest parts of the saber. Oh, be right back. Okay, final stretch here. That's what happens when everybody's awake. You get distracted and pulled off, so try to get all my painting done while people are asleep. Okay, we've got here. I have the tuft here of this. Yes. I can't, Lena. I literally have like 10 more minutes and I'm done. Yes. It's cute. Yeah. Eyelashes. Turn that light off, please. Oh. Yep. This is why I paint at 5 in the morning. I want to get this guy done. So I can rest. Yeah, right now my shoulders are killing me. But which is weird. It's a position, not the anything else. I don't know. I don't know why. Let me get this guy done. This has been a while. Okay, that's complete. What else we got? We got socks to do on this dude, on the horse. All right, let's start with the black here. No, need to go a little lighter than that. You won't be able to even see what I'm doing here. We're going to do 3 socks on there. Okay. My hoof color is still alive here that I'd used earlier today. Let's see. Yeah, we can make that work. Won't be for much longer. Okay. And one other place. Just some pure white here to make this pop. Okay. Oh, the main. Damn it. Damn it, man. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's damn it, man. All right, let's see here. Should already be black. Do a fresh coat of that on there. Okay, and okay, there you have it. So let's go ahead and pull this guy up with the other ones and show you what we got here. We're gonna let this guy dry for a little bit and then we'll spray them all. This is the 6 light horse figures for the Hungarian army. Here they are. So we'll spray these guys and then we will, well, let's see, we're gonna do a gloss coat spray, let that dry for about an hour. Flat coat spray, let that dry for about an hour. And then we'll bring the figures and do the brush on dull coat on top of them. And then we can base them and, you know, and get to work on the basing so they can join the rest of the army. But anyhow, thanks for joining me, and you know, I hope they never pit another light horse again. No, I'm kidding. No, it's been fun. You know what? I got pulled off track when people came here the last time, and I never painted the last saber in this brightest color. Not a big deal. Only I know the difference. But interruptions are my nemesis, so don't have to do a whole lot. I don't know if that even makes that much of a difference, but there, it's done now, so that's kind of a mute point. But anyhow, we'll catch you guys on the flip side, and thanks for hanging with me this morning. You guys have a good day. Bye-bye.